Look into my eyes, you will see what you mean to me. Such a heart, such a soul. And when you find me there, you'll search no more. Don't tell me it's not worth trying for. You can't tell me it's not worth dying for. You know it's true. Everything I do it for you. Look into your heart, you will find there's nothing there to hide. Take me as I am, take my life. I would give it all, I would sacrifice. Don't tell me it's not worth fighting for. I can't help it, there's nothing I want more. You know it's true. Everything I do it for you. There's no love like your love, and no other could give more love.
Grayson, I just want to get everything started.
Unless you're there.
Okay. Hey, everybody online. My wife just called and she was like ice skating across 45. So she's taking her time on getting here because as that's not her strong suit. So we're going to take about 10 minutes. So if you want to get ready 10 minutes, if you're here inside, we have some light fruit and veggie kind of snacks going on in the back and water. And do we have coffee? Yeah, we do have. See, we were well thought. And so if you're a little cool, the coffee might help that out. And so grateful for Joni being the mastermind of getting all the logistics of this set up. So everyone be really gracious and kind to Joni as she has been working it. So if you're online, we'll be starting here in about 10 minutes or so. Really grateful that you're joining us, and I'm really excited for you to experience the annual Abandon. And if you're also at home, we're going to do something in here with a balloon, which we probably should have told you at home to go get one. So if you have a balloon somewhere, go try and find one right now.
You know it's true. Everything I do it for you. Everything I do, coming back for more. Baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. Isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. Oh, once in your life you find someone who will turn your world around, bring you up when you're feeling down. Yeah, nothing could change what you mean to me. Oh, there's lots that I can say, but just hold me now, 'cause our love will light the way. And baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. Yeah, love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. I've been waiting for so long for something to arrive, for love to come along. Now our dreams are coming true, through the good times and the bad. Yeah, I'll be standing there by you. And baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. Isn't too hard to see we're in heaven, You're all that I want, you're all that I need.
I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it's cold outside, I've got the month of May. I guess
stand up. Someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. You're lovely with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you and the way you look tonight. With each word, your tenderness grows, tearing my fears apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose, it touches my foolish heart. Lovely, never ever change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you just the way you look tonight. With each word, your tenderness grows, tearing my fears apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose, it touches my foolish heart. Lovely, don't you ever change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you just the way you look tonight. Ooh, tonight.
I used to think that I could not go on, and life was nothing but an awful song. But now I know the meaning of true love. I'm leaning on the everlasting arms. If I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. I see me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. See, I was on the verge of breaking down. Sometimes silence can seem so loud. There are miracles in life I must achieve. But first I know it starts inside of me. Oh, if I can see it, then I can be it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. I see me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. Oh, I believe I can fly. Ooh.
wondering what clothes to wear. She puts on her makeup and brushes her long blonde hair, and then she asks me, do I look alright? And I say yes, you look wonderful tonight. We go to a party and everyone turns to see this beautiful lady is walking around with me. And then she asks me, do you feel alright? And I say yes, I feel wonderful tonight. I feel wonderful because I see the love light in your eyes, and the wonder of it all is that you just don't realize how much I love you. It's time to go home now, and I've got an aching head. So I give her the car keys, and she helps me to bed. And then I tell her, as I turn out the light, I say, my darling, you are wonderful tonight. Oh, my darling, you are wonderful tonight.
All right. How are we doing, everybody? Hey, online people, I know that you were like, what is the deal? We said 8 a.m. Well, the rest of Austin that was really
9
super smart and got on the roads, ice skated their way here on tires. And so, Adrian, how was that?
You know, it was a good adrenaline rush to start the day. Hopefully my children will now understand why they have to wear seatbelts. So.
All right, so that's great. All right, so what we're doing here, if you didn't know, if you're online or you're in person, this is called the Annual Abandon, and we're going to change the name of this because clearly it doesn't really communicate what all we want it to communicate. So it's called the Annual Abandon this time. Next year it'll be called something way different, which as you can probably, we need name stormers, free plug, name stormers to come up with a better name for us, and we can totally make it awesome. Okay, I wanted to go through real quick what we're going to be doing. We're going to be talking about essentially 3 things today. I'm not. There we go. It was it takes a lot of effort. All right, so we're going to talk about 3 things, and before we get into those 3 things, I want to talk about anytime we talk about marriage, some sort of trauma is going to come up in your life, and this is why. Gosh, this is a hard thing to explain. But if you've ever wondered why your spouse, because you can never see it in yourself, okay? You're like, I'm now acting like a child. Like nobody ever goes, like nobody ever says that. However, you can totally see it in your spouse, right? Like you're like walking along clear-minded and you're just having a discussion and they lose their mind. And I know that's never been you because you've always been rational and purposeful, but your spouse, of course, has had issues, okay? So everybody responds to basic trauma, whether it's capital T trauma, like it was, like kind of like war trauma, PTSD sort of stuff, or little t trauma, which is like the criticalness of your father over the years, just kind of pounding on you and pounding, and you've never been good enough. And so all of a sudden you're put in a position where your spouse sort of re-emphasizes or goes back there, and you start responding like an 8-year-old kid. An 8-year-old kid, like elementary school kids, they usually blame themselves, shut down, I'm worthless, I stink, you're right, I shouldn't even try anymore, and they just kind of lay down. Whereas some of you had trauma in your teenage years, and you act like a 15-year-old. And it's never your fault, and it's, of course, like if this person would fully understand, it's you against the world, okay, right? Remember, that's basically how it is. As a elementary school kid, you internalize all the issues of your family. As a teenager, it's the world's problem and it's you against the world. That's basically how it is. And what happens for a lot of us, and especially as we get into these conversations, you'll notice your spouse will sort of like revert to a different, it's like you're dealing with like, this isn't the really awesome person I fell in love with and married and like we made all these plans and promises. I'm getting like I'm not sure if I thought I got over, you were already trained through being 8 years old. You're already trained through being 15. And so what happens is you are dealing with that person. So we've got to understand, and at some point, this might even happen today or soon after as we talk about all the different fun things of your marriage, and as you guys try to get into it, you might revert back to some of the trauma that you've experienced in the past, okay? So that is sort of like forewarned is forearmed. And this isn't the time that we're not going to go through all your trauma. That's not what today is. Can you speak into that for a second? Because I feel like that's the part where you're always good at jumping in.
Part of what happens if you have, I would call it like unexplored, unvalidated, unprocessed trauma. So some people have no clue they have any. Some people know they have it, they've never processed it. Some people know they have it, they feel like they processed it, but they really haven't given it the validation that it kind of deserves to fully heal. And so if you're in any of those categories, then what's going to happen is I finally figured an analogy that I feel like works. It's almost like when we repaired our fence for the first time. We put all new slats on, but the posts were rotted, okay? So that didn't really, the fence was still falling over and the HOA was still not thrilled, but it looked better because we didn't have any broken slats, right? So that's kind of what you're doing today. You're kind of fixing a bunch of slats, and what's going to happen is you're going to go through these worksheets and you're fixing some slats and it feels like it's progress, but then your thing's going to start really leaning when you start fixing slats on these rotted posts. And then you're going to kind of realize, oh, wow, this is where, so when there's like a knockdown, drag out fight over like hobbies, that's probably an area where you probably have some kind of unresolved trauma, or you have a knockdown, drag out fight over chores or over roles, gender roles, or how you're going to break up. That's where, like, probably if someone gets super angry.
Break up in the sense of break up the different jobs, not break up. Go ahead.
If someone gets super angry, there's probably it's connecting to a root issue, a fear or a hurt or an area where they've kind of built a defense mechanism. So that's just helpful to know. And so that's where I think continuing to try to work that out between the two of you is probably not going to be all that productive. And that's where you need to go kind of get external help, a third-party help, and like let's process kind of why I'm so reactionary to this subject. And I think that, so those are good things to kind of just couch for later. Yep. The last thing I think is so important to acknowledge with all of this stuff is there's such a tendency that we're all sitting in these cute circle tables to compare your marriage to the marriage of everyone sitting around you, and even to Chris and I up here.
Because ours is awesome.
And I feel like comparison just never you either leave with this heightened, elevated of self, like with this pride that you do have a better marriage than everybody at your table, and then that does nothing productive for your marriage because it's not helpful and it puts you in this false sense of security that's not real. Or you leave thinking that you have the worst marriage of everybody at the table in your room, and that's not productive because then you can't really make any next right steps because you feel kind of like you shot yourself in the foot and you feel defeated and you feel discouraged. So as best you can, I know it's just almost impossible to say don't start comparing, but don't do it. We all
just assume that the person that has the super perfect marriage, they're lying, and the person that has like the worst marriage ever, they're just over exaggerating.
Well, but we all are going to have areas of strength and weakness. We just will. And Chris and I have been fighting half this week, but we've also had really great times half this week. That's just the reality of marriage. We're all going to have that stuff. And so while you're sharing today, it can often look really confusing, and it can feel, depending on if you tend to lean towards arrogance or insecurity, you're going to have that temptation.
And the reason why we brought that all up is
Yeah.
we want this to be a fun experience.
Yeah.
And so if you've got serious trauma, there's a tendency you're like, you're going to dig your heels in, and you're
Yeah.
going to get mad, and you're going to prove your point, and then you're going to walk out of here hating us. And
hating everyone at your table.
yeah, hating it, pretty much everything. So that's not the end result, okay?
Yeah.
We want us to sort of be able to walk through that. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so glad that people are still coming. Yay. All right, so all right, we're going to move on. Men. All right, I want to talk to men for a second because men need to be talked to, I guess. Here's one thing that I'm going to give you one phrase that you're not allowed to say. Okay, I need you to, men, are you looking at me? I need men looking at me. You're not allowed to say, I don't care. That is the phrase that you cannot say. If she says, or if it comes up, what do you think we should do? And you say, I don't care. What happens is there's a chance that your spouse may internalize that as I don't love you. And you're like, that doesn't make any sense. No. It does make sense because what you're saying is, I don't care about that thing that you really care about. And so now all of a sudden, you've invalidated that person's sort of like a feeling or attachment to whatever the thing is. And so what I need you to do, men, what the opposite of I don't care is initiation. Okay? Initiating your role in this relationship is to initiate. That's to initiate sex. That's to initiate fun. That's to initiate emotional conversations to which you're going to be like. So I need you to kind of embrace that, and it may be you're walking into an area you're not strong at. I need you to initiate that awkward walking into the area you're not strong at, because the only way you get better at stuff is by doing it. We're doing OJT here, right? So we're going to do on-the-job training. You've never had emotional connection before. That's okay. We are going to learn how to do that, and that's why we do counseling. All right, so men, remember part of the fall was a man, Adam, with Eve. Eve is getting tempted by the serpent. Eve is eating the apple or the fruit, and the whole time there's Adam going, wonder what she's doing over there. Probably not a good idea. That's going to end badly. Well, not my fault, right? So I think that's what happens for us. And then we say, I don't care, do whatever you want. No, I need you to care because your care allows her to respond to you, okay? And we're going to, again, in our culture where masculinity and femininity has been blended into neutrality, we are wanting to express the masculine role and the feminine role as best as we can. So men, throughout this process, there's a huge call on you to initiate, which means, ladies, when there is a void or an absence, there's what happens for a lot of us ladies, well, for a lot of you ladies, is that you sort of step into that role when there's a vacuum, right? The vacuum, this is what happens in wars, and like whenever this is just for free, when we were in Iraq and we got rid of Saddam, it created a vacuum of power, and then Al-Qaeda and all the other bad guys jumped in, all right? So don't be Al-Qaeda, all right. That was for free, okay. All right, which gets us to women, what I want you to kind of wrap your head around, and Adrian, I want you to feel free to jump in on this, is we're looking, Adrian really taught me this, so I'm really quoting her, and I'll let her talk in a second. But assert your need, and I say this at every wedding. All right, if you've heard me do a wedding, or if you've been to several weddings, it's like on repeat. Pretty much this: men initiate, women assert your need, because our culture is so terrible at this. So, Adrian, talk about asserting your need for a sec.
Yeah. So as part of the fall, the tendency for men was to go passive, like Chris just said, but the tendency for women is to control. So that's not just me. That's women in general. That was the consequence of the fall. In the Garden of Eden, the tendency for Eve was to, we're supposed to be praying for something.
Yeah, pray for more workers. God, we pray that more people be reached. Jesus, you are so good. Thank you. Amen. All right. Give us more workers. Amen. Go ahead.
So the tendency for women is to control, and we do that in a lot of different ways depending on our personality. Some do it passive-aggressively, some do it very aggressively, and then there's everything in the middle. So part of not asserting our need is just controlling. So we just make sure our needs get met, or we just make sure that we whine enough or nag enough or yell enough or complain enough those are all forms of controlling our spouse. And so asserting our need is communicating to our spouse what our needs are, not telling them how to meet them or telling them to meet them. Just letting them know that we have these needs and then kind of letting them come to save the day. I recently learned this analogy from a counselor friend from her counselor. So that's like pretty good advice, right? It has to be. She said you need to be, she goes, it's the damsel and the dragon, and how as most women, when we tend to feel threatened, when we feel disappointed, if we feel hurt, if we feel afraid of hurt, we tend to become like a dragon, and we're breathing fire and we're attacking. And that a man, especially given that what we just heard about a man's tendency to go passive, there's like really nothing worse than when we become dragons. Now they're just really going to become passive. But if we instead can act more like a damsel, which I hate, y'all, I hate this analogy more than you can understand. But if you can kind of wrap your head around, there's a lot of productivity in it. So if we can instead be like these wayward women in distress and letting people know what our needs are and that we need
Especially
help.
the wayward part.
That a man, that you watch your spouse who normally is kind of unengaged and unhelpful, you watch them because they love to be heroes, they love to solve problems, they love to fix problems. So you watch them become way stronger and more of a leader than you've ever seen before, not because that they've gone through some transformation, but because you are not a dragon anymore and you are acting more like a damsel. And there is some truth to that. And I think we can all be damsels within our own strength and personality. But I do think that there is some wisdom there. And I am learning this. Like, this is a new thing I've been working on. And it's productive. I can testify to that.
There's a tendency, not that Adrian and I ever fight, but there's a tendency for Adrian to tell me how to do my job, how to pastor, how to do all sorts of things. Because what she's really saying is, I feel lonely. But what ends up saying is, you need to stop counseling those people. They got more time than I did. And I'm like, oh, okay, all right. And so that's where the fight starts, right? So, and so what that goes, if she tells me I feel lonely, then I'm like, oh, crud, well, what do I need to drop to make sure that I can attend to her need? But if she comes off and tells me how to do my job, I'm not thinking she's feeling lonely. I'm thinking I need to defend myself of like, God's calling in my life and blah, blah, blah. Okay, you with me? All right, so does that make sense on how that can, okay, good. All right, so that's just how we're starting, all right? How fun is that? Are you guys ready for this? So what we wanted to do was do a quick icebreaker, which Adrian thought this up because we wanted everyone to really laugh a lot.
You guys, I did not make this up. We did this at a pastor and a pastor's wife's marriage thing. And it's fun. It's a fun activity.
Fun.
And it will help break the ice. I don't know if anyone comes into like a marriage time feeling tension, but if you don't, then this will be even more fun for you.
Okay,
so everyone gets to receive a balloon, and you need to blow up the balloon to an appropriate size. No cheaters, no like.
Yeah, get it nice and big.
It needs to be like a very normal balloon size. And what you're going to then do with your balloon, don't start blowing yet. Can we wait for 1 second? We have to hear the directions. So you have to pop this balloon between you and your spouse using your bodies. You may use your hand to place the balloon, but you may not use your hand to puncture the balloon. So your two bodies have to come together to pop this balloon. And once you pop your balloon, you just have the satisfaction of knowing that you popped it. And you can look around and...
But there's a winner, always.
Yeah, there's a winner. Maybe we can have a winner per table, but this is fun. So you can't cheat by... Kelso's, no, that doesn't count. You get to compete... Poor Joel. Joel gets to use the chair. Okay, so here we go. You can, let's blow up your balloons. I'll give you like 1 minute and then we'll start and we'll say go. So start inflating your balloons. I'm glad we chose purple for all
Blue and pink, right? Joni, way to go.
Oh, Foster's, yeah. That's gonna pop fast. Yeah,
Okay.
bigger was.
All right.
Okay, everyone needs to
Hold on.
stand up.
Hold on. You got your balloons? If you're online, this is very important, so don't miss this, or write this down for later when you go get your balloon.
If you're online, you should have to hug for the entire game.
Yeah, hug for the entire game. There you go. Okay.
Okay,
All right. Is everybody ready? On your marks. You want to use your turn? Okay. On your marks. Get set. Go! Come on, Morgan. Squeeze her. Oh. Did you not get it tied? Squeeze harder, Tara. That was the best one. The running into his arms leap was gold. That was gold. Okay. Good job. All right. Okay. The one thing about that is, one, you have to be silly and at least be a little bit embarrassed or a little bit vulnerable whenever there's going to be a lot of sharing. You're going to be expressing stuff. And also, you need to touch your spouse, because that is like an important factor here, right? We want to, a lot of times we become roommates over time. We don't touch, we don't love, we don't kiss, we don't hug, we don't do any of that stuff. And then that almost becomes foreign, okay? All right. That was fun. Okay, so now we're gonna now that we've kind of covered that, let me give you to where we're going. First off, okay. Okay, so romances. All right, so here's where we're going to cover: romances, expectations, and traditions. And to be fair, we cut out the finances portion because we realized that would probably take an entire
weekend.
Yeah. And so we decided to kind of go not that route because of the ice and all that, and we figured that we'd probably just be good to manage through romances, expectations, and traditions. And so we will get to finances at another weekend when we just do a finance weekend, which I'm sure everyone's thrilled about. Okay, so there's 3 parts of the relationship that I want to explain that you may never have wrapped your head around the fact that this is like a real thing, okay? Your emotional connectivity, your companionship, and your energy recharge, okay? And I'm going to call these things face-to-face, shoulder-to-shoulder, and back-to-back. So every couple needs to have face-to-face time. That's where you're listening with your... In fact, we went to this one marriage conference where it was like this, where like they made us...
You had to do this.
Yeah, you sat there like this, and you did all your face time going like, hey, so what's going on
Well,
there?
it was more like, But your legs had to be touching, and you had to be like... And this was actually kind of productive if anyone's wanting to feel like they have some tangible, next steps forward.
Yeah. So what we did, and what I'm encouraging you to do, is get face-to-face time. What happens for a lot of our face-to-face time is, can you stop that, Morgan? Thanks. Is that we listen with our phone, right? So our phone is right here, and it's like, And I know there's probably many of you that can multitask. I'm definitely not one of them, and so I literally turn off. It's like the screen is on, the phone goes on, and she goes, you can't hear me anymore, can you? And I'm like,
generally no reply is confirmation. So, but there's something about this position that does make it hard to fight too, because I don't know, there's something about it. So today, when you guys, you don't have, we're not going to force anybody to start doing this. However, you're going to have a lot of time to talk with your spouse, and you're going to be working on worksheets. But the closer you can sit, the more move your chair, engaging them. There's something about the physicality of being face to face that really does. It does something. I don't know why, but it does.
Okay. Yeah, here's your phone. All right, so here's the thing I want you to understand. So there's 3 parts to this. I call it the DWA, and this is where it's going to get confusing. And I told you we had a bad name for this experience that we're doing right now. So judge me later. Name stormers, get on the ball. All right, so the daily delay. Every day you need to spend at least 15 minutes. Robert has called it couch time. I like couch time. It's a great name for it. But it's a time to emotively connect about your day, and even in the context where I've been with we work from home. Everybody works from home, and so I was with my spouse all day long, and so I saw them all day long. If you don't have emotive time that's dedicated to face, then you will sort of skip over it. And so if you'll see on your worksheet there, do you guys see the romances worksheet? It says face-to-face. So the daily delay is the first one. And so establishing a routine for that is super important, a rhythm, okay? So what we're going to be working towards here is a rhythm of where you have face-to-face time, where you're emotively connecting. And what that looks like is 15 minutes where Adrian gets to share, or an hour where Adrian shares, and I only need like 15 minutes on my end, right? So it's just, different people have different sort of needs emotionally to connect, okay? And then there's the shoulder-to-shoulder time. Shoulder-to-shoulder time, hold on, one second, back to face-to-face. So there's the weekly withdrawal, there's daily delay, weekly withdrawal. Now, weekly withdrawal is what we would typically call date night. It's at least an hour away. And here's what I mean by that. Remember, when you're at your house, there's probably chores to be done at all times and things to do, and you will multitask, which is totally fine when you're doing chore time, but not fine to do when you're doing face-to-face time, because you have to listen with your face, okay? So listening with your face requires looking at each other, and so that's why a weekly withdrawal of date night is super important. It doesn't have to be super expensive, but it needs to be at a time where you get away, and I know you're like, kids, and trust me, we got 4, and it's a nightmare to make this thing happen, but we've kind of had to get creative on how we make that happen, especially when right now we're at a 7-year-old, 6-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 2-year-old. So it's exciting, never to say the least. So that face-to-face time, weekly withdrawal, and then the last one's annual abandon. And annual abandon, originally, I was, and this is where Adrian really helped correct me over time, which I really appreciate her asserting her need in this way, is that an annual abandon cannot be a training time or a time where you are discussing things. It has to be relegated to the world of fun. And as a person that likes to be very productive and get it done, fun was... I can have fun being productive because it's fun to achieve things. It's really great. But for Adrian, that was not very helpful. And so the thought of getting away for 24 hours to talk about our budgeting or our, that'd be really great. We're going to make progress. We're going to be bazillionaires one day just because we took this time. Don't you see how great that was? And so what I learned was that's not helpful. Okay. And it took about, how many years to learn that?
Really ruined any nights away.
No, that's good. Yeah, Adrian was very.
But
she asserted me very well.
There's kind of this trending idea among a lot of pastors' friends that we have, which if it's happening with pastors' friends, they have to be telling their church people. I've learned that. I bet they are. That you get away and you do what we're doing today. You do on a getaway, and I'm like. I'm sorry, but if you have a bunch of small children and you're having a night away from them, you need to have fun with them, and you need to enjoy your spouse. You need to remember why you like them, and you need to do things that you can't otherwise do. You do not need to be doing worksheets. And I feel like that's so important, and I feel like worksheets can be done out of discipline on weeknights after kids go to bed. Budgets can be done then, but I feel so strongly that time away needs to be spent being a companion to your spouse, and just like it was when you were dating. I think it's so hard to get back to that like excitement that you have and enjoyment of your spouse like you had when you're dating. And I don't know how, I think you can pull it off. We have to pull it off often during the week without nights away, but holy cow, if you have a night away, like, take advantage, in my opinion. So that's just something I felt strongly about, and I felt like we were kind of making this like spiritual mistake to encourage couples to get away together and have this like go get a hotel, go do something nice, and then like really work on the business aspect. I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Even non-Christians know how to like be married better than this. Like, this is not, I just feel like that's not very helpful in my personal opinion.
Okay, so there's the DWA. It's the D, daily delay, W, weekly withdrawal, A, annual abandon, and then sex, all right? So if you're not married, then this doesn't apply to you. However, if you are married, this very much applies to you, because what I've seen is there's been a huge infrequency of sex among a lot of our couples. Like, that is probably, whenever someone comes in to talk to me, they say their issue is this, and I'm like, so what's sex like? They're like, non-existent. And I'm like, that's probably what all these other things are kind of going into the sex like vacuum that's not happening. And so there's a lot of things. And so we've got to work on that. And so sex frequency of understanding, what can happen is, like, if you get rejected, you can say, okay, fine, I don't need it. And so you kind of get like, I don't know, aggressive, or what the right word is. Like, I'm going to stick it to the man, because I'm not going to, if I got rejected, or if it has been happening, then I'm not going to need it, and I'm going to make sure they know it. And so then you're just like, we're battling down that road, okay? So we need to talk about, this is where, again, as a couple, you're going to have time to talk about that, because sometimes we don't ever talk about what we need. We just don't talk about it, because who has time for that? All right. Next one is shoulder to shoulder. Now, shoulder to shoulder, when we talk about this, is companionship. This is anything you do not looking at their face. So it could be watching a show. It could be exercising. It could be parenting. It could be chores. It could be doing an activity together, like a hike. And you're like, and for some of us, I'm talking, that's like a date. No. You're not looking face to face. You're just kind of exploring options. That is not a date. That is shoulder to shoulder, not face to face, okay? And so, but we need to understand the need that we have and your time constraints for when shoulder to shoulder stuff happens. So, like, there can be exercise or hobbies or recreation together. That's really important. But understanding that's not face to face, understanding it is shoulder to shoulder, and it is an important part of feeling like you have a friend, okay? And then the last one is back to back. This is your personal time with God. This is your hobby, your personal hobby time. This is your phone time when you have to scroll through social media and thumb around for it for a while. That is that time that cannot be done anytime with somebody, or it could be friend time. This is where I'm going to go to a guy's night, I'm going to do a girl's night. That is back-to-back time, because it's recharging for you to come back and then experience well with one. All right. Anything else to say on those two?
Well, there's one thing. So your worksheets are going to have you go through. If you look really quick, this is the romances worksheet. They're going to have you go through each of these areas, and then identify activities within these areas, and then you rate them. But one thing I think that's not on the worksheet, but I think is important for some people. If this resonates with you, then do it, and if not, don't worry about it. But I personally have found that of the 3 categories, the shoulder-to-shoulder time is my catalyst for making quality face-to-face time. And I think that for some people, it's the alone time. For some people, the face-to-face time makes the shoulder-to-shoulder time work. Probably each person has one area where if I can get this done well, then I'm able to do this other one well. And so most often spouses don't have those same ones. And so someone's going to have to kind of give. Like, if I need shoulder-to-shoulder time before I can have quality face-to-face time, and Chris is the opposite, then one of us is going to have to kind of give in to whatever activity is not our favorite right now in order to get to the next one. And I think that it's important to identify that, because I think sometimes miscommunication can happen when you don't realize, like when I'm telling Chris, like, when I really want to go play something with him, play a sport with him, or go on do something physically active with him. Yeah. If I'm telling him I want to do that, and he's over here like, I just want to have sex, I'm like, gosh, you don't care about me. Like, we're not friends. And he's like, what are you talking about? That's like way more exciting. Like, and so it's like we have this, like we're miscommunicating. Like we both actually want the same thing from the other person. We both really want to connect with each other, and we're excited about that, but it looks different. And so it helps me to understand, oh, this is him loving me. This is, or it helps for him to understand, oh, this is really a big deal for her. This isn't just like, she doesn't really, does that make sense? Am I kind of tracking?
No,
so
yeah, you're good.
figure out which thing for you, and I know so many people who are like, I need that alone time. If I don't have that alone time, I don't even really want to talk to you. So like maybe that's your thing, and it's so important to figure that out, because then you're not hurt when the spouse goes to get that thing, because you understand that that's kind of that's coming full circle back to this quality time with you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so here's what I need everyone to do. Pull out your romances for the husband, romances for the wife worksheet. I'm going to explain the rating system real quick, and Adrian did a really good job of, I was going to do a value rated 1 to 10, and what she really explained to me was that doesn't help because your variances are too great. So 1 to 5 for your face-to-face quality of the value. How much do you value this? What's the quality you're going to need for that daily delay, weekly withdrawal, annual abandon, and the spiritual conversations? Quantity means like I need an hour, I need 15 minutes, I need 24 hours, I need 36 hours, whatever that is. And then frequency is like I need that hour every 2 times a week, 3 times a month, twice a year. Does that make sense? Yeah.
This is what we need, not what we're actually doing.
Correct.
Right, what we need, not what you're actually doing. Because and you do this separately, and then you're going to come in, we're going to get what you need, and then we're going to come in, we'll have to compromise. The beauty of marriage, this is like, negotiations, and I always use war references, but it's, you're bringing your diplomatic self to the meeting, and you're presenting the trade negotiations. Okay, and then with sex, there's 3 types of sex I put in here, which is completely different. I call it fast food, home-cooked meal, and a 4-course dinner. I think it's self-explanatory what that means. If you need help, come ask Adrian later. All right, and then the shoulder is like, how much do you value that? So 1 to 5 of doing it shoulder to shoulder. Because if you're like, I just want to clean the whole house all by myself, I don't want you involved at all, then you need to make sure that that's sort of a clear thing. Or, man, I really enjoy when we're like a team on this thing. That's a higher ranking. Does that make sense? And then how many times, the quantity is how long that should happen, and then frequency is how many times a week, a month, or a year. And then back-to-back, sort of the same concept, but this is more the independent time of, so take some time on that, and I'm going to leave it up to you when you're ready to shift towards your spouse, when you're going to start compromising. So take this list, and I'm going to give you the next period of time. Mm-hmm. You guys can do it on your own, and then once you're done, don't go like, hey, hurry up. Allow your spouse to take their time with it, and if you're the first one done, go to the bathroom. Okay. All right, ready, go. All right, we're going to... Yeah, you might have to...
Since we got to be, let's live. I love you. There's nothing wrong with me loving you, baby, no. And giving yourself to me can never be wrong if the love is true. your love come out. If you believe in love, let's get it on. Ooh, let's get it on, baby. This minute, oh yeah, let's get it on. Please get it on. Baby, woo! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, darling. Stop beating around the bush. Oh, gonna get it on. Threatening you, baby. I wanna get it on. You don't have to worry that it's wrong. If the spirit moves you, let me groove. Good, let your love come down. Oh, get it on. Come on, baby. Do you know the meaning of being sanctified? Hey, girl, you give me good feeling. So good, something like sanctified. On the right, baby. Nothing wrong with love. If you want the love, just let yourself go. Oh, baby. There used to be a graying tower alone on the sea. You became the light on the dark side of me. Love remains a drug that's the high and not the pill. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become a light and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. And now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. There is so much a man can tell you, so much he can say. You remain my power, my pleasure, my pain. Baby, to me you're like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Won't you tell me, is that healthy, baby? But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become a light and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. There is so much a man can tell me, so much he can say. You remain my power, my pleasure, my pain. To me, you're like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Now won't you tell me, is that healthy, baby? But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I can feel you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. Yes, I can pay you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. And now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. I do, I do. All I'll be, everything in this world, all that I'll ever need is in your eyes, shining at me. When you smile, I can feel all my passion unfolding. Your hand versus mine, and the thousand sensations seduce me, 'cause I do cherish you for the rest of my life. You don't have to think twice. I will love you still from the depths of my soul. It's beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Well, I do. Oh, baby. In my world, before you, lived outside my emotions, didn't know where I was going till that day I found you. How you opened my life to a new paradise. In a world torn by change, still with all my heart, till my dying day, I do cherish you for the rest of my life. You don't have to think twice. I will love you still from the depths of my soul. It's beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Yes, I do. I do. I really love you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Baby, I do. I'll cherish you from the depths of my soul. It's beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you surround you, bring tears to your eyes, and all that surround you are secrets and lies. I'll be your strength, I'll give you hope, keeping your faith when it's gone. The one you should call was standing here all alone. And I will take you in my arms and hold you right where you belong, till the day my life is through. This I promise you. This I promise you. I've loved you forever, in lifetimes before, and I promise you never will you hurt anymore. I give you my word, I give you my heart. This is a battle we won, and with this vow, forever has now begun. Just close your eyes, each now and then, and know this feeling won't go away, till the day my life is through. This I promise you. This I promise you. Over and over I fall when I hear you call. Without you in my life, baby, I just wouldn't be living at all. I will take you in my arms, hold you right where you belong, till the day my life is through. This I promise you, baby. Just close your eyes, each loving day, and know this feeling won't go away. No, every word I say is true. This I promise you. Every word I say is true. This I promise you. Ooh, I promise you. There's a calm surrender to the rush of day, when the heat of a rolling wind can be turned away. An enchanted moment, and it sees me through. It's enough for this restless warrior just to be with you. And can you feel the love tonight? It is where we are. It's enough for this wide-eyed wanderer that we got this far. And can you feel the love tonight? How it's led to rest. It's enough to make kings and vagabonds believe the very best. There's a time for everyone if they only learn that the twisting kaleidoscope moves us all in turn. There's a rhyme and reason to the wild outdoors when the heart of the star-crossed Voyager beats in time with yours. And can you feel the love tonight? It is where we are. It's enough for this wide-eyed wanderer that we got this far. And can you feel the love tonight? How it's led to rest. It's enough to make kings and vagabonds believe the very best. It's enough to make kings and vagabonds believe the very best.
Someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. You're lovely with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you and the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, tearing my fears apart. touches my foolish heart. Lovely.
Okay. Hey, online and in-house, so glad that we're just, if you're still compromising, that's okay, and we'll give time at the very end to kind of re-compromise if you need more time. But we kind of realized we just skipped over the spiritual conversation talk part, and just real briefly, for Adrian and me, it's more impromptu, and so it happens without us having to try, just primarily because I'm a pastor, and so I talk about my day involves a lot of spiritual things, like all day long. And so whenever I talk about stuff, it is usually Christian in nature and spiritual in nature, and trying to challenge each one of us to grow more closer to God. And then Adrian's, we either talk about the sermon or our quiet times becomes the spiritual conversation, and that happens daily at some level, but at least weekly on a kind of a deeper thing. And so one of the things we realize is that not everybody has that, like, you're not a pastor that has to talk Jesus stuff all day long. And so you probably have to be more intentional, okay? And so you want your goal for that to be challenging but achievable. And so if that means 30 minutes a week that you guys do a couples devotional or something in that realm, do that. Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just depends on what you are wanting to try, but I do think it's hard for that to be, it probably does need to be intentional, and I think it's a lot of people I'm learning have a whole lot of insecurity about their spiritual life. I think maybe because God isn't someone that we really get a lot of like direct feedback from, we feel like insecure, like maybe we don't know how to hear from him, or maybe what we hear from him is lame. Or the more I'm getting into this discipleship process, the more I'm learning how hard that is for people to discuss. And so I think because of that, it's helpful sometimes to have a structured thing that you do. And so if that's something to try. I tend to resist most structured things, so I don't really like that. But what I have found is that if for men especially, they kind of do like. So if you're a woman and you're wanting more spiritual conversation, maybe try like even just doing like a little YouVersion devotional that has like one verse, and then to discuss maybe what's convicting, or what you learn about God through this passage. Something that is structured to where maybe that will get your spouse talking. Like I think that there's some things to troubleshoot with if that's an area of weakness. Okay,
Moving from that to another thing that was brought up is, what if like your chores is not something you like to ever do shoulder to shoulder? Then move chores down to back to back. Does that make sense? If you're like a couple that like, we don't do stuff together because I don't want to have to argue about the way we're cleaning something or mowing the lawn or any sort of chore work, then that is not a high quality rating in the shoulder to shoulder category. It goes down to back to back. Does that make sense? So there might be some things in shoulder to shoulder and back to back that can be interchangeable. So just be aware of that. And if you're like, this isn't even something we do together, and so I have a low value for it, but you do kind of prioritize it in some way, then make sure you put that in the right category. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. If you don't mind, we're going to move on. You guys ready for this? We're now going to get into expectations. Okay. Expectations. Can I show you what this means here? All right. I've done this a lot in sermons and in anytime I talk to a couple. Everybody has expectations, all right? This is your x-axis, and this is your y-axis. And depending on what your expectation is, it can kind of fall anywhere here. But where your expectations meet reality, this is like supply and demand, right? Supply is somewhere along here, and the demand is right about there, and that's your selling point, right? Well, wherever your expectations meet reality, that is the selling point. And for example, when I hit the light switch and I turn it on, I don't go, wow, the light switch is on, we have power. All right, maybe if I was Edison, that would have been a really cool moment, but we're beyond that. And so when we turn lights on, it gets a full 0. Not that I'm not disappointed, and I'm not overly excited. The light turned on. The lights are supposed to turn on. Now watch this. A lot of us have expectations with our spouse, okay? And for example, and we're going to get into the more depth. So if you grew up in a family where the mom or the wife made dinner and you show up and your wife has made dinner, you go, there is zero like, whoa, you made dinner. I can't believe you made dinner. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's like the lights are on. Way to go. You know, there's no excitement. There's no disappointment. You're not disappointed. You're like, whether it's good or bad, you might, if your mom was a super great cook, now your expectation gets a little bit higher. So here's what happens. Watch this. When our expectation is here, okay, up here, and then our reality is here, what do we have? Disappointment, right? So a lot of people have an expectation of the way things are. In fact, I disappoint people all the time as a pastor, right? Because I'm more of a, I can be a little bit flippant sometimes, a little bit joking around, and people are like, pastors are supposed to be sweet and caring and very pastoral, okay? And so I disappoint people all the time, okay? All right, and then on the flip side, if there are lost people around, in general, they go, wow, you're fun, right? They kind of like that part. So my expectation is that pastors are the most boring people on the planet. And then all of a sudden they meet you. You're fun. I have joy, all right? So that's just in my little world of what can happen. But this translates across the board, right, with people. All right, we have, if there's an expectation that you have, here's what happens for most of us. We've never communicated any of this. We have never talked about what my mom did, so therefore moms do. What my dad did, so therefore this is what dads do. We've never talked about this, and so we don't even know what our spouse is disappointed about because we've never had a conversation about it, and they're just walking around like a little storm cloud going like, I don't know what is wrong with her. I don't know what, And so that can be very frustrating. You want to jump on that?
I'm going to share that.
Yes, this is a good time to share that.
We did a lot of pre-planning. Okay, so this is kind of like a bit of a testimony of our marriage, frankly, but I think that there are natural levels of all of these realities, but I also think that people, back to this whole trauma thing, so what I've been learning, and this new phrase I like to use is little t trauma and big T trauma. So big T trauma is what we all think of when we think of trauma, but little t trauma is little realities in your upbringing that fueled mindsets that you probably have, that have stuck with you since childhood, and that are affecting a whole lot about how you operate that you don't even realize are maybe there because they were like little t trauma things. They were disappointments. They were kind of like maybe you became hardened to how this is just the way things are. And so I would be in this category, and my biggest fear has always been being disappointed. And I couldn't have told you that 3 years ago, really. I wasn't super aware that how sensitive I was to relying on someone else and then having them possibly disappoint me. That sent me into a huge, now I have a wall built up, and now I will never rely on you, and I will operate not ever being able to count on you, because that feels way more safe for me and enjoyable for me than having to risk counting on you and having you fail me. That's not a place I'm willing to go. And so that for me happened, I think, because I had an ultra sensitivity, I think, just because of my past that I still don't fully wrap my head around, but it was there. And then you add on my marriage, right? So your spouse is always going to disappoint. I mean, they're going to disappoint you. That's just, they're people, so they're going to disappoint you.
Even me.
And so I think that I experienced some disappointment in expectations, some that I had communicated, some that I hadn't communicated. And I experienced enough disappointment early on that I learned I operated in our marriage as a way that I was going to meet all of my needs, and I was going to make sure that I never really relied upon Chris. Well, what that does over time is it makes Chris very exchangeable and irritating, right? Because all he really is just like somebody that kind of throws a wrench in when I'm over here meeting all of my needs and trying to meet all of the needs of my family, which that doesn't work.
I think the way that you described it when we first talked about it is like if he was dead, be okay.
Right. Like if he was dead, life would be so much easier. Because then I could just know what would need to happen. I could know for sure that I wasn't going to be receiving help, and people would probably help me out. Like I would probably get the help of others, and I would be pleasantly surprised every time I did, and then I would never be disappointed by the person that I loved the most. And that's sad, but that's truly how I was operating without realizing that. And so I was angry at Chris a lot, and I would never back to the dragon and damsel, so I was always a dragon because heaven forbid I ever be a damsel because he's not coming through. So like I got to just stay breathing fire most of the time. And I think that's kind of how it was. And this, I'm obviously exaggerating a little, like everything was kind of quote unquote fine, but my heart was growing hard towards him. And back to the whole face-to-face time, like I was having a hard time with much face-to-face time of value because for me, I was operating with this, like, you're kind of this person that I deal with that I can't ever count on, and that kills intimacy. You cannot have intimacy emotionally, physically, spiritually with somebody that you're never allowing to disappoint you. Like that's just part of what intimacy is. It's this give and take, it's opening up, it's communicating need and setting them up to possibly fail you or possibly come through for you. And I think and so I kept forcing us to go to counseling because I was like, Chris, like we're not connecting. He's like, I don't know what your problem is. And I was like, well, we're not, like I don't understand how you can't see. And it took me finally realizing I'm the one not connecting. I'm the one with this wall built up. I'm the one that refuses to need him. And so slowly I've been growing in this area, and what I find is that like he does still disappoint me. But when I understand that I have this kind of like this weird sensitivity to that, I'm able to let it go, and I'm able to say, hey, you didn't do this, and I feel kind of hurt by that, and just move on.
Yeah.
And then he's able to come through and actually come through for me more than I expect. And so I think that this can be a very loaded reality. And as you go through this paper, there's a lot of things on there that can feel extremely emotional. And I think that if you've reached a point in your marriage where you're kind of operating like I was, of like, well, I'll just enjoy them whenever they're around, but otherwise I'm kind of just working on my own life here, then this is a good time to maybe consider breaking out of that and taking a risk on your spouse again and communicating and setting them up for success. I think Chris had reached a point in my world where he could never win because I was never letting him, I just wasn't, I had created a lose-lose.
We were constantly living the expectation that I would fail, and the reality was I would always be forever a disappointment. And so every day it was like another thing that I failed at, I didn't come through on. And then, and we'd go to counseling, and then what would be so weird is that the counselor would be like,
Yeah.
wait, what? And then
She was like, you just need to be grateful for your life. I was like, I understand that. but I also felt, I was like, I need to feel like I have a teammate. And
that's
then
why
it
I'm
became
really
like,
on fire for counseling.
But I think that you can't have a teammate if you're not willing to kind of work with them and let them. And for Chris to kind of own, like, yeah, you know what? There's been several things that I kind of said I would do and I didn't. Or in the moment, I get really excited and I say yes to 10 more things that then take me away from things with you. And I don't think that's a problem because I'm so excited about these 10 more things. And so part of it was him acknowledging that this has been happening, that he has a tendency to do this. But I think in order for that conversation to happen, I had to calm down with like, hey, I feel hurt. And I hated to admit that because that meant that I like needed him.
Right.
Anyway, if that's possibly something, man, this could, I think this worksheet today could potentially kind of
Unlock.
unlock some of that. And
So-
there's a lot of healing. It didn't take much except acknowledging a tendency before there was healing like on the way.
Good. So remember Proverbs 13, verse 12, hope deferred makes the heart sick, but a desire fulfilled is a tree of life. And so you want to serve your spouse, right? Like nobody here is going like, I'm sticking it to him, unless your heart's dark, right? If that, because there are times in your life you're like, I'm going to make sure they pay because they made some bad choices, and I need to make sure they understand how bad their choices were, and they're going to suffer the consequence. That's called parenting. That's not marriage. Okay? That's parenting, not marriage. Because there are times when you need to do that with your children, but with your spouse, you're one flesh with them. Don't punish them. Okay? I feel like there's a lot of us that want to be like, they're going to reap the consequence of this. And we don't express our need. We express, you should have. All right, you should have. I may do this with time because that's my strength. I'm really good at being on time. Adrian is not as excited about being on time. All right, so that is where I will sometimes, because my strength is that, I can kind of be critical or be overly like, I told you so, and make you pay, as opposed to doing all the things necessary to kind of serve her in that area where I could be a real help and benefit to her. And so we've sort of modified and changed because we're just different on the time thing, okay? Like for her, if you show up on time, you're gonna be awkward and weird. For me, if you show up on time, you're late. So like that's the struggle that I think we've had as a couple. But then her standard of clean is like, and I'm like, you know, if you could, you know, you don't see any food on the floor, you're good. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, so you're gonna have differences of expectations and reality. It's understanding those and then adjusting some of your expectations. Okay, so
I think also the last thing I would say, going back to some of these specific things, I think part of why I developed the mindset that I had was because I was afraid of disappointment. And then part of it was because I had a whole lot of pride and standards for myself that did not come from Chris. And so I cared to have dinner on the table every night. I care still that our house be clean. I care about so many things that he could not care less about. And so when I needed his support to pull off these things, and he didn't value them. So he wasn't supporting me in doing them. And so then now I'm angry and I'm resentful. And I've communicated to him that I care about the house being clean or that I'm going to have dinner ready, and he forgets about a meeting or he forgets whatever. Right. And I'm so angry, but I think that I need to communicate more specifically. And I think that's where it comes partially to the worksheet of like allowing him, like, I need your help to pull off this dinner because I need you to be home for it. I need your help to pull off this house. Like, I need you to put things away. So it was kind of coming down and being like, okay, I need help to do the standards that I've set for myself, and instead of just being a martyr doing them all, kind of like for him.
Right.
When
that was the initial. I'm doing this for you. I'm like, well,
I don't care.
Listen. Quality of food. I will love whatever you put on the table. It doesn't even matter. If it's there at 5 or at 6, that's fine too. And so when she shifted from, I'm doing this for you, and blah, 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 and I was like, stop saying you're doing it for me. We're doing this for you. And all of a sudden, when she could own that we were doing it for her, I'm way more, okay, we're doing this for you, that we need to kind of set this sort of, and like, again, from my we're going to talk about family background, dinner happened whenever, because I was an only child with a mom. That was it. It was like, whenever dinner happened, it happened, and it would usually happen doing several other things at once, and there wasn't a lot to prepare for. So now that we have 4 children, right, it's a different world, and we need some structure or else it's going to be complete chaos. And so when I wrapped my head around that I was serving her by being consistent on time, by not planning meetings up to the last second before, because there's always ministry to do. So that made a big difference, I feel like.
But I think for me, it was not making an idol out of the thing and then allowing him to come in and recognizing that, like, we cleaned the house for me. And I think I spent 5 years of marriage being mad that he didn't value the clean house. And I finally was like, okay, oh well, like I'll own that I'm doing this for me. Yep. So when I start vacuuming, and there's never a time in my house it's acceptable to vacuum. That's right. Never. There is not one moment of any day ever where it's an acceptable vacuum time. So I announce that I'm vacuuming for myself now, and so you can leave if you would like. And I just start vacuuming, and that has been helpful. Like, no problem. He is not angry anymore.
Because she's not vacuuming for me.
But if I'm vacuuming for our family, well then now we are starting to fight. So I think that there are some things in the expectations where it's like you kind of have to own that maybe we are doing this for me, and I'm a little irritated that we don't share this value, but if I can let that go, we can make forward progress on it. And so
okay, good. So if you can pull out on your worksheets, and by the way, I don't think we did a good job of this. At the end of your whenever you go from husband and wife and then compromise, there are some table talk questions that you can jump on. So facilitators, make sure you jump on those. But pull out your expectations. Sorry, this is where I need to. Your expectations worksheet. Okay. All right. Now, the example is super helpful, all right? So this is where your expectations come from a lot of times how you grew up. How you grew up. And because none of us have the sort of the same family structure for the most part, growing up, dad's role was the primary wage earner. But you may have grown up in a house where you had a super passive dad, and then you had your mom was the primary wage earner, and so she sort of directed the affairs of the house. Okay, so what I want you to kind of, there's a expectation that's built in based upon what you know. If you're raised in a way for 18 years that this is the way you do stuff, and then all of a sudden you spend let's just call it another 10 years on your own, and then life sort of happens, and maybe you have you picked up some other expectations along the way because of your single time or of whatever, but in your head, there's this ideal thing. And usually it comes from your family of origin. And a lot of the arguments that I have sort of helped people go through is people who had different expectations of what men do, what women do. So for example, men were supposed to be super grateful that the woman cleaned the house. And so when that didn't happen at our house, that became... My mom was super on time. When I was 2 minutes late, I got the lecture and blah, 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 blah. So I assumed all women were on time. And when you respect your husband and when you love your spouse, you're going to be an on-time person. And when that didn't happen, it collided with what my expectation was in my head. I don't know if I ever realized it was an expectation based upon my own mom. Does that make sense? So what I need you to do is, you have growing up, you have dad's role, growing up mom's role, but some of you had a grandparent living with you. Some of you had a maid or a service that took care of a lawn or cleaning the house or whatever the thing was. And so I feel like that's the thing that I need you guys to sort of process through individually, and then we're going to come back together on what we sort of will compromise on. So sort of the same sort of pattern. Take some alone time, and then compromise, and then we'll have your table facilitator. We'll have some questions for you. Okay?
Yeah, and there's lunch here. So
Yeah.
we didn't have time for lunch with no multitasking because that would be unlike everybody.
That's how I
here.
roll.
So we're going to, if you want to grab the food at some point while you're working on this worksheet, there's Chick-fil-A sandwiches in the back. So just
Enjoy.
as you desire to get one, go get one.
Ready? Break. Hey, let me pray for all our food real quick. God, thank you so much for our food. Thank you so much for all the men and women that are here really working on the relationship. And God, I just am so grateful that you have given us this food to eat, that we could share with one another the great love we have for you and for each other. So God, bless this food, bless this time. It's in Jesus' name, amen.
Till as old as time, true as it can be, barely even friends, then somebody bends unexpectedly.
Just a little change, small to say the least, both a little scared, neither one prepared. Beauty and the Beast, ever just the same, ever a surprise, ever as before, and ever just as sure as the sun will rise.
Hey, everybody, there are cookies right over here and chips if you need some sweet tooth or salty tooth things.
Strong as old as rhyme, beauty and love. I remember all my life raining down as cold as ice. Shadows of a man, a face through a window, crying in the night. The night goes into morning, just another day. Happy people pass my way. Looking in their eyes, I see a memory. I never realized how happy you made me, oh Mandy. Well, you came and you gave without taking, but I sent you away, oh Mandy. You kissed me and stopped me from shaking, and I need you today, oh Mandy. I'm standing on the edge of time. I've walked away when love was mine. I was caught up in a world of uphill climbing. The tears are in my mind, and nothing is rhyming, oh Mandy. Well, you came and you gave without taking, but I sent you away, oh Mandy. You kissed me and stopped me from shaking, and I need you today, oh Mandy. Yesterday's a dream, now I face the morning, crying on a breeze. The pain is calling, oh Mandy. Well, you came and you gave without taking, but I sent you away, oh Mandy. You kissed me and stopped me from shaking, and I need you.
this be true? Tell me, can this be real? How can I put into words what I feel? My life was complete, I thought I was whole. Why do I feel like I'm losing control? I never thought that love could feel like this. And then you changed my world with just one kiss. How can it be that right here with me there's an angel? It's a miracle. Your love is like a river, peaceful and deep. Your soul is like a secret that I never could keep. When I look into your eyes, I know that it's true. God must have spent a little more time on you. A little more time. Yes, he did, babe.
In all of creation, all things great and small, you are the one that surpasses them all. More precious than any diamond or pearl. They broke the mold when you came in this world. And I'm trying hard to figure out just how I ever did without the warmth of your smile, the heart of a child that's deep inside, leaves me purified.
Your love is like a river, peaceful and deep. Your soul is like a secret that I never could keep. When I look into your eyes, I know that it's true. God must have spent a little more time on you. On you, on you, yes. I never thought that love could feel like this. And you changed my world with just one kiss. And how can it be that right here with me there's an angel? It's a miracle. Your love is like a river, peaceful and deep. Your soul is like a secret that I never could keep. When I look into your eyes, I know that it's true. God must have spent a little more time on you. A little more time on you.
If I should stay, I would only be in your way. So I'll go, but I know I'll think of you every step of the way. And I will always love you. Will always love you. You, my darling, you. that is all I'm taking with me. So goodbye. Please don't cry. We both know I'm not what you need. And I will always love you. I will always love I hope life treats you kind, and I hope you have all you dreamed of, and I wish you joy and happiness. But above all this, I wish you love. And I will always love you. 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 Darling, I love you. Ooh, I'll always love you. Winter snow is falling down, children laughing all around, lights are turning on like a fairy tale come true. Sitting by the fire we made, you're the answer when I prayed I would find someone, and baby I found you. And all I want is to hold you forever. And all I need is you more every day. You saved my heart from being broken apart. You gave your love away, and I'm thankful every day for the gift.
Watching as you softly sleep, what I'd give if I could keep just this moment. If only time stood still, but the colors fade away, and the years will make us gray. But baby, in my eyes, you'll still be beautiful. And all I want is to hold you forever. All I need is you more
I've been looking at you forever, but I never saw you before. Are these your hands holding mine? Now I wonder how I could have been so blind. For the first time, I'm looking in your eyes. For the first time, I'm seeing who you are. I can't believe how much I see when you're looking back at me. Now I understand why love is. Love is for the first time. Can this be real? Can this be true? Am I the person I was this morning? And are you the same you? It's all so strange. How can it be? All along this love was right in front of me. And for the first time, I am looking in your eyes. For the first time, I'm seeing who you are. I can't believe how much I see when you're looking back at me. Now I understand why love is. Love is for the first time. Such a long time ago, I had given up on finding this emotion ever again. But you're here with me now. Yes, I found you somehow, and I've never been so sure. And for the first time, I am looking in your eyes. For the first time, I'm seeing who you are. I can't believe how much I see when you're looking back at me. Now I understand why love is. Love is for the first time.
Don't stray, don't ever go away. I should be much too smart for this. You know it gets the better of me sometimes. When you and I collide, I fall into an ocean of you. Pull me out in time, don't let me drown. Let me down. I say it's all because of you. And here I go, losing my control. I'm practicing your name so I can say it to your face. It doesn't seem right to look you in the eye and let all the things you mean to me come tumbling out my mouth. Indeed, it's time. Tell uninspired. My head is battling with my heart. My logic has been torn apart, and now it all turns sour. Come sweet sinner every afternoon. Say yes, stay. Don't come and go like you did.
I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under, on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go. Sail up my mind to live in memories of a lonesome time. I can't stop wanting you. It's useless to say, so I just go and live my life in dreams of yesterday. Those happy hours that we once knew, though long ago, they still make me blue. They say the time will heal a broken heart, but time has stood still since we've been apart, and I can't stop loving you. I've made up my mind to live in memories of a lonesome time. Yeah, play it, Gary.
Hey guys, we're gonna start again in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, they say the time will heal a broken heart, but time has stood still since we've been apart, and I can't stop loving you. Well, it's useless to say, so I'm just living my life in dreams of yesterday. Yeah, I'll just go and live my life in dreams of yesterday. I'll be your dream, I'll be your wish, I'll be your fantasy.
All right, how we doing? Okay, well, hey, online people, I know you've been discussing things for like an hour, so way to go over there. Really appreciate Joseph, Pastor Joseph, with our online crew, zooming away and doing a great job with all of you. So grateful that you guys are hanging with us online. All right, for those of you here and for those of you here bundled up inside, appreciate you being here. We're going to move on from so remember we did cover romances. We've now covered expectations. Is there anybody here, and if Joseph wants to text in or something like that, you can. Is there anybody here who wants to share something like real quick about either romances or expectations that was sort of like, here's the one thing that we really connected on, or here's the one thing that we did not connect on, or here's the one thing that we are never going to do as from my family. Anybody want to jump up and share? And we have a mic right here, by the way, that if you do share, you have to use that mic and walk up to. Yeah, so Joni, would you mind being the pastor person? Good job, Joni. Everyone golf clap for Joni. Thanks for getting us the food, Joni. Yeah, Joni, go ahead. Why don't you share something from your table? That was good. And you have to look at the camera, too. Yeah. So but whenever you do, turn around and look at that.
So for Tyler and I, where's the camera? We are total opposites when it comes to Choreland, much like y'all talked. And it was we did this about a month ago, and it's like the same thing came up again because we've only been working on this for a month. And when it said chores, mine said like 15 minutes daily. And Tyler was like, I can do all the chores like once a week. I'm like, but your chores are dishes and trash. and so it was just this... Okay. Tyler's got fair. And so it was just this understanding of going exactly back to where we were a month ago of like, no, this is what I care about. Please serve me here. And then we'll like find the compromise on the other shoulder-to-shoulder activity of like, we'll do this shoulder-to-shoulder activity for you. So that was ours. Anyone else from our table?
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyone.
Oh, go ahead. Here, Ryan and Katie. Katie, take the mic and...
Oh, I just stand.
Yeah, stand up and you have to look at the camera over here. Grayson, you can look at Grayson.
Okay. Well, so we talked about how, oh my gosh, right there. How if I can get that 15 to 20 minutes a day where you're like looking at my face and we're talking to each other, then I don't need a weekly date night. Because
Wow.
The reason I feel like I need a weekly date night is because I feel like that's the only time he's like paying attention to just me and looking at my face and not like doing something else while he's listening to me, or I'm doing something else while he thought asking how my day was at dinner was like the equivalent of emotionally connecting. Whereas I'm like, no, because I'm feeding Ava. I'm also trying to eat. I'm not a good multitasker. So when you ask me how my day is, I'm really not able to like fully connect and comprehend. And so then for the rest of the night, we'd like lay on the couch and watch TV or something. And I'm like, well, there goes our emotional connection for the day. Like that, it's so wild that he does not need any emotional connection at all. And then here I am needing like 4 hours one night a week. And then it's like, then I realized, oh, that's what he thinks we're doing when he asks me how my day is during dinner time. Oh, so it was cool getting to like talk about that and be like, I don't need like 2 to 3 hours of date night a week. I just need you to like, I just need that emotional connection for like 15 to 20 minutes every day.
This isn't like Alcoholics Anonymous. We need to clap for them, but but that was good sharing. That was good sharing. I need one more bold person to share before we move forward. One more bold person, and you're about to get called on if you don't. There we go.
There we go.
Hey, I'm Brian. Great to meet you guys. So I guess on both sides of it, I think one thing that we found that, just reflecting back, that we do well is I'm very controlling about money, and that's something I'm working on. And so what we found really helpful is I can set the budget of here's what we're going to spend this month and here's what we have to do, but I'm really bad at spending money on things like date night and going on vacation and making sure bills are paid. So I set the what's going out, and Taylor makes sure that it all gets where it needs to go for both, so we have our home still and also have fun together.
That's good.
On the other side, one thing that we found that we're going to work on is that I had a very playful and engaged mom as a kid, and Taylor did not. And so when we parent our son, I'm often like, why do I need to go to the park with you guys? Why do I need to go to the pool with you guys? Go have fun together. I'm going to get the lawn done or the house done or something. And she looks at it as, I need you to set an example of what playing with our son looks like so I can follow along with that, because my parents didn't do that well.
That's good. That's really, man, thank you. That was really good.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we're going to move forward and we're going to talk about traditions, okay? So traditions, the reason why this came, boy, as a guy, as a pastor who does counseling a lot, this comes up a ton, and a lot of animosity is developed, and even in our own marriage, on the basics of traditions. And so I wanted to kind of preface this with a quick Bible verse of Genesis 2:24. If you've been at church the past couple weeks, this has come up, and it's going to, I think, come up again this week, and I think it will come up again next week. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. Well, this thing of leave mother and father, and then hold fast is the leave and cleave. If you had King James Version, you'd have a way cooler rhyming thing here. But leave and then hold fast. So within the one flesh, within the new family, there's got to be brand new traditions. And what can happen here? Remember, just like that's what my mom did and that's what my dad did, this is what our family did. So when it comes to micro traditions, which are like small things like bedtime, bath time, playtime, that was really great, by the way, that you brought that up, that's what mom does. No, I don't even know what that looks like because I've never had it. I'll give you a perfect one that if you kind of, I don't want to say grew up in a disappointing home, that sounds bad, but for me, I was an only child, and my dad worked like all the time, so just wasn't around really from 13 to 18. He was living in a different state, and so it was just my mom and me. So dinner wasn't really that big of a deal. Birthdays weren't really that big of a deal. Thanksgiving was like another day. We'll go have a basketball tournament on Thanksgiving. You know, like that. That's kind of how there was no overarching family dynamic vacations. Like I went to summer camp. I didn't have there wasn't like, we're going to do the family vacation to the Grand Canyon. It was like, I'm going to go to basketball camp this summer. I'm going to try and get away from home for about 6 or 8 weeks. And I'll go to I think I went to a Japanese camp once, and I went to a basketball camp, a baseball camp, whatever I could possibly do to fill my, again, with one kid and sort of 2 parental incomes, and it was fairly easy to kind of make that happen, and I'm sure that everyone was thrilled that I wasn't around, and I was thrilled not to be around, so it worked out. So when it came back, so with Adrian, like, family vacation is a thing, and I didn't realize that was such a high value for her, that was a tradition thing of really building into our family, and so what could happen is like, I could almost get upset at the way she overvalued birthdays or overvalued, like, you just want to spend money. And so I could come up with a whole bunch of money reasons. And that really wasn't it. It was just so different to me and such a different, almost devaluing my experience. And honestly, what her family did is really awesome. And we've now adopted a lot of that. But what the difficult part was, it's like, it's now the challenge becomes, what is a new thing that our family is going to do, which just so happens to be a lot of the stuff that her family did, but still kind of maintain our new family dynamic. Does that make sense? And I think that has been a challenge for me, and I might have been a birthday sabotager. Do I have any other people who sabotage birthdays, Christmas, any sort of nice holiday you're supposed to really enjoy, and you just go, whatever. Okay, yeah, Tyler, me, my man. All right, so so if that's you, that's probably because there's some unhealthy things that happened in your past, that it's okay. What you really do is kind of like talk it through. And because what can happen is, especially if you're the man and it's the wife can sort of assert, this is what a real family does, and then they're not allowed to lead in that. Does that make sense? And so there's got to be a place where the men are leading on that tradition. And again, this goes back to initiation, and you can't say, I don't care. Got it? Because that is going to be the ultimate thing of like, oh, you don't value this as a family. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, I think I read an article once early in our marriage on, it was a mom that had adopted several kids, and she had biological kids and she had adopted kids, and she said that her adopted kids were her big day sabotagers. And I read the article kind of on a whim, like I think I was scrolling, and I didn't, but then by the time I got into it, I realized, I was like, oh, this is Chris. I was like, I am married to a big day sabotager, and I was so sad about it. And I was like,
Sorry to disappoint again.
But it was like when we were dating, it kind of showed up, and it was very confusing to me, and I did not explore it because it felt so weird. I thought, well, this has to be a one-off, and it wasn't a one-off, and it was his birthday, and we didn't date for very long, so we just didn't know a lot about each other, and so we were kind of living both of our lives full blast, and so it was his birthday coming up, so I was like, hey, what are we going to do to celebrate? And he's just like, oh, no, we're not going to, why would we? And I'm like, what is wrong with you? And he was like, people don't want to come. And I was like, let's go to Dave & Buster's. That sounded fun to me. And I was like, does that sound fun to you? And he's like, well, I don't mind going there with you, but people don't want to do that. And it was just so depressing. And I was like, okay, forget him. So I got all of his friends, I texted all of his friends, and I planned this surprise birthday party for him. And he is a jerk the whole time. He's mad that people are there. He's grouchy the entire time. He's fun at Dave & Buster's, but not if it's his birthday party. He's not fun. And he was just grumpy. And everybody had a great time when we get home. And I was kind of irritated. And I was like, what's your deal? And he's like, well, he kept attacking different symptomatic things. And I was finally like, you have an issue being celebrated. I don't understand why. And we just kind of moved on. And then it was in our marriage, I would kind of feel disappointed on my on my birthday. There was kind of this similar, just letting me know at some point before midnight that happy birthday was kind of good. And that was not okay. And so I let him know how that was not okay.
That is a little bit of an exaggeration.
No, it's not. So then we had our first child, and that was when I was planning Austin's first birthday. And that was where Chris was. It was the same Chris that I was dating, of people don't want to come. This is so dumb. He's 1 year old. And I was like, whoa, hang on. So we had this whole hashing out conversation about how we are going to celebrate our kids, and this is how it can look. And then he kind of he was finally able, for the first time in his entire life at 36 years old, to admit that he was disappointed as a kid by his birthday, and that his birthday was never something special, and that there was a little bit of hurt from that he would have never said was hurt,
right.
And that was fueling a lot of these opinions.
Being celebrated was, that's what other people who are weak emotionally needed.
Right. And so we finally were able to acknowledge, hey, we felt some disappointment here, and our kids maybe we can choose differently for them. So that was a huge breakthrough. And then I read the Holiday Sabotager article a little after that, and I tried to bring it to him. Well, it was too soon, and so it's been in the last few years where he's able.
Don't send your husband articles. Just that never goes over well. You're just oh, this is exactly what he needs to read. I'll secretly put it in his inbox or text him this just ran across this. That feels like, at least if as a man, you're trying to fix me, and I don't want to be fixed. I would love for you to come to me. I like to help the damsel in distress. And so if you would say, it would be really great if we could celebrate our children, celebrate me, I'd be all about it. And I have a desire to celebrate you, so don't screw it up. That would, those are the things that's the way to communicate, at least with me, where I get to be the fixer or operate my gifting as an initiator and a planner. And I'm really great at planning other things. just not stuff for myself, and then that translated stuff for my children, which is really sort of scary, right? And so thankfully, Adrian was able to communicate with me in a way that I could hear her, and eventually I was like, okay, I'm probably screwed up here. And I think that's the part where owning your own screwed upness, owning your own like tendency.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm all about leaving the father and the mother, but I just don't want to hold fast to your stuff. Right. I want to hold fast to our new stuff. And so I think that becomes super, super important for us to do. Okay.
And I do think that you can create an idol out of special days.
Right.
We all see people that do this on social media. And so I think that you can go on either pendulum of that. Like, I think that it's not. And so I do feel like.
And if you have a special day, Adrian's going to criticize it with her.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
It's not true. I feel like I've become this hypothetical illustration a lot that doesn't exist. Idolizing a special day, I feel, is when the day becomes doing a bunch of things that look like the right way to celebrate this day that don't actually have significance for that person. And I think that the behaviors externally can sometimes look the same.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of the heart issue behind it. Like I think that a child that's gifted, that comes down to breakfast with several balloon bouquets and like all these donuts that spell every letter they've ever read and like all these things. I think that sometimes that means a lot to the child, but then I think sometimes that's given and then we're screaming at the kids to get ready. It's like there's not really a special connection happening. It's just that we took a picture and we feel good that we've done everything right. And I think that's kind of idolizing a holiday. And I think this is where Chris and I have had to go back and forth because once he kind of quote unquote learned that we do holidays, well then he's like, well tell me what it is. Like, I'm ready to just check it off. Like, I don't do this thing. So what is it that you expect from me? And I'm like, gosh, I want this to be like a genuinely like, so I think that there's some give and take, and I think you can land on both ends of the spectrum with it. But one thing I know for absolute certainty is that if you have some hardness of heart or some hurt with traditions and with holidays and with special days, not only is it hurting you and you probably don't care anymore because you've figured out your own self, it's going to hurt the people that are closest to you. So that's going to be your spouse and your kids.
Slow down on that because I think this is really good. When you can't celebrate you, it hurts the people that want to. Does that make sense? When you can't celebrate you, it hurts the people that want to. I hurt Adrian because I wouldn't get on board with her wanting to celebrate me. And that genuinely wasn't all about her wanting to do a thing. It was all about her wanting to celebrate me. And I couldn't receive it because there's so much disappointment, so much letdown, so much stuff, but that I'd lowered my expectations so low that now if you try to bring it up, you're now kind of going against the grain and kind of introducing something that's not realistic to expect. Does that make sense? And so remember, this gets into we as a people, and I think this is where our culture maybe has been so disappointed over time, that emotion is evil, and if you're to get too high or get too low, we look down on that. So we got to make sure that everyone's sort of like even keel all the time, and what you miss out on is the great joy, and grief is a great thing to go through because it's therapeutic and you process. And so I think there's this great fear of having too much fun, which would probably be me. And for her, it would be the great fear of getting too disappointed, which I think is kind of like, that's where we live is like, I'm always excited about the great potential of awesome in a lot of areas. And she's always super afraid of the great disappointment. And so thankfully we come and we balance each other out in many ways. But God created us with emotion, and traditions are a great way to reflect upon sad times and good times. So like, even for me, like I don't process my dad's death super great. And if there's anything that is of my dad's that is like, I don't know, anything. It could be like a cup or a jacket or anything. I don't deal well with it, because I haven't emotionally processed it through, and there's probably so much stuff I need to kind of go through on that. And so if she kind of brings up throwing that thing out, giving that thing away, I like lose it, right? Because it's like, that's my dad's thing, and I have, all that. Does that make sense? Or army things, like don't throw away my army thing. That's a whole big part of my life. And like, I haven't touched it in years, and it's probably rotting in the attic, but whatever. Does that make sense? So we all have a sentimentality attached to things because we didn't really do a good job out throughout our life enjoying the highs, processing the lows, and experience real family, because that's what real family does. Does that make sense? Okay, so you guys have a sheet and it's got you have for the husband, for the wife, and there's micro traditions, and then there's macro traditions. All right, this is where you're like, what the heck is the difference between a micro and macro tradition? So I think many of us, this is the cool thing about all this, as you may have noticed, the romances thing and then the expectations, there's a lot of stuff that sort of interweaves. It's just more explicit when you get to it. And traditions is sort of the same way. You've probably already talked about a lot of the micro traditions based upon expectations, but here, just calling them what they are of micro traditions is really helpful. So for example, meals for us. At our house, breakfast and dinner are micro traditions, which we didn't plan out. They just sort of happened. Okay? They just sort of happened. And it would probably have been really great before we got married. We kind of like, this is what meals are going to look like. But, I always say shift from, this came from one of my battalion commanders in the Army, shift from a known point. So if we know what we want dinner to look like, we can at least shift from it for today because it's a complete disaster and the kids are screaming or whatever. But at least have a known point of what you're shifting from. Does that make sense? So at our house, it's like kind of a free-for-all on breakfast, which is totally fine. And then for dinner, it's everyone sort of gathering around the table and, dear Lord, having a 2-year-old, 4-year-old, a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old at this point is just like, if we somehow get the table for 10 minutes, that's a win, okay? Eventually one day we'll have conversation of highs and lows and experiences of the day, but just getting through where Paxton isn't screaming is kind of a win. Okay, so that's meals, and then weeknight evenings. What's that look like? So for us, it goes, I get home, I play with the kids, we do dinner, then after dinner, I play with the kids, and then we start getting bath time. For a while, we put all 4 kids in one bath, and I would go, clean. Okay, wrap up, Paxton, bed, Titus, read a story, boom, bed. And then Jet, and then Austin, and while during that whole time, Adrian is cleaning. So it's like, we're kind of like, we're both, firing at both hands, and I'm screaming out, passing, I need a passing! It's like, that kind of stuff, and she'll throw one up, and I jam it in the mouth. Like, we are a well-oiled machine when it comes to the evening micro-tradition activity, and then we finally get everyone down, we're like, what do you want to do? I don't know, I don't care. Oh yeah, I have to care. We're watching Psych. All right, so, okay, so that's kind of what our life looks like on that. Fridays, it becomes movie night and pizza for us. Saturdays is sports and sometimes church things. And then Sundays is church and church. All right. Okay, and then macro traditions. Okay, Christmas, again, this goes back to, you guys are, a lot of you are new families, right? So there was an expectation that your parents put on you be at our house for Christmas. And now establishing a new you. This, again, this is where Adrian and I, her parents are awesome, and they are so generous with us, and I have to overcome my pushback of, I want to do our own thing, I'm not going to just do your thing, right? And so we have to really work through that, because I want us to have our own traditions, but man, it's when someone's being super generous with you, it's kind of hard to be like, I don't, you gotta be very careful with that, because it's a really beautiful thing that her parents want to be generous with us, but I want to establish something as an initiate. And so, but the problem is, if I don't initiate diddly squat, then we're just going to do what's always been done. And so it becomes imperative. And this again, for men to initiate what Christmas, would initiate what Thanksgiving. Easter in general, most people are like, don't worry, it's lost its luster as a big deal thing. But for church on Sunday, that's when everyone comes. So please come. All right, and then, vacations, and then just summers in general, right? For me, summers in general meant I left home and I'm out of here, right, as a kid. And now I'm like, man, I hope my kids want to spend all this time with me, because I just want to be a family. Like, I like going to the store with Adrian. Like, that's how weird I am. And probably because I have issues left over from growing up. Anyway, so I want you to take a look at your micro traditions and look at what your family did, and then what do you want, because there's a lot of stuff you don't want to do like that. What do you want your family to do? And then I need you to go, and we're going to compare and contrast that, what we did. And so you want to, I always tell everyone in marriage counseling, get a PhD in your spouse, because the more that you can learn, the more you study, you want to know all the reasonings, and so that whenever they feel invalidated, because you're going to mess this up, you can apologize and then use empathy to be like, man, I'm sorry, I knew that you really valued that thing, and I sort of invalidated and was flippant or was just, I wanted my thing to be more important. I'm so sorry. Will you forgive me? Yes. What can I do to make it right? Don't do it again. So you need to have those conversations where you are going to mess this up, but getting a PhD in your spouse and understanding your spouse is going to be essential for you to have proper empathy in apology. You want to jump on anything on top of that?
Well, it was a lot of things. Okay, I do think that it's important for Christmas and Thanksgiving, well, for the macro things, I do feel like Chris was kind of saying it, but it's important for kids to have time with their grandparents, whether we like them or not, whether we like their traditions or not, whether they're generous or not. And so there needs to be, so just, I don't personally think it's the right move to be like, we're doing our own thing. Everybody go away. It's Christmas. I'm like, no, we got to figure out we're celebrating with our extended family, with our grandparents. These relationships matter. These cousins matter. But that doesn't mean that we don't have some really special, intimate times with just our immediate family, with our own family traditions. And so, I think some people have I think there's a tendency to throw out. Extended family is rarely enjoyable to be around. It would be really nice to just say we are drawing boundaries to every single relationship, and that's just not. I don't think that's like the goal here. The goal here is to say, okay, how can we agree on how we're going to share the extended family experience, and that's a separate column, that's a separate line. From then, how are we going to engage as our own intimate family in these special holidays? And I think that those are two separate things, and they can both happen. And I think to pendulum swing on either one is wrong. And so I would give them each maybe an extra line for
that's good
for that, because I really think that it matters to do both things well.
Yeah, and what she means by both things, honor your
extended family and intimate family, both.
Yeah, honor them both. Does that make sense? Are there any questions on this one? And if there is a question, well, you can just say it and I'll repeat it. Anybody have any questions on this? Because this can be a little bit challenging. Okay. All right, so go ahead. At your tables, go ahead and initiate individually, together, and then we'll do a table talk time.
Watching every motion in my foolish love scared. On this endless ocean, finding love is no shame. Turning and returning to some secret place inside. Watching in slow motion as you turn around and say, take my breath away. Take my breath away. Watching, I keep waiting, still anticipating love. Never hesitate to become the fading words. Turning and returning to some secret place to hide. Watching in slow motion as you turn to me and say, my love, take my breath away. Through the hourglass I saw you, the time you slipped away. When the mirror crashed, I caught Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Watching every motion in this foolish lover's game. Haunted by the notion somewhere there's a lovely place. Turning and returning to some secret place inside. Watching in slow motion as you turn my way and say, take my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath
There's a light, certain kind of light, that never shone on me. I want my life to be, to live with you, to live with you. There's a way. Everybody says do each and every little thing, but what does it bring if I ain't got you? I ain't got you. Baby, you don't know what it's like. Baby, you don't know what it's like to love somebody, to love somebody the way I love you.
your morning light and say a little prayer for I. You know that if we are to stay alive and see the peace in every eye. She had 2 babies. One was 6 months, one was 3. In the war of 44, every telephone ring, every heartbeat stinging when she thought it was God calling her. Oh, would her son grow to know his father? I don't wanna wait for our lives to be over. I want to know right now, what will it be? I don't wanna wait for our lives to be over. Will it be yes or will it be sorry? He showed up all wet on the rainy front step, wearing shrapnel in his skin. And the war he saw lives inside him still. It's so hard to be gentle and warm. The years pass by and now he has granddaughters. I don't wanna wait for our lives to be over. I want to know right now, what will it be? I don't wanna wait for our lives to be over. Will it be yes or will it be? Oh, so you look at me from across the room. You're wearing your anguish again. Believe me, I know the feeling. It sucks you into the jaws of anger. Oh, so breathe a little more deeply. All we have is this very moment. And I don't wanna do what his father and his father and his father did. I wanna be here now. So open up your morning light and say a little prayer for I. You know that if we are to stay alive and see the peace in every eye. I don't wanna wait for our lives to be over. I want to know right now, what will it be? I don't wanna wait for our lives to be over. Will it be yes or will it be? I don't wanna wait for our lives to be over. I want to know right now,
understand her. You gotta know her deep inside. Hear every thought, see every dream, and give her wings when she wants to fly. Then when you find yourself lying helpless in her arms, you know you really love a woman. When you love a woman, you tell her that she's really wanted. When you love a woman, you tell her that she's the one. 'Cause she needs somebody to tell her that it's gonna last forever. So tell me, have you ever really, really, really ever loved a woman? Yeah. To really love a woman, let her hold you till you know how she needs to be touched. You gotta breathe her, really taste her, till you can feel her in your blood. And when you can see your unborn children in her eyes, you know you really love a woman. When you love a woman, you tell her that she's really wanted. When you love a woman, you tell her that she's the one. 'Cause she needs somebody to tell her that you'll always be together. So tell me, have you ever really, really, really ever loved a woman? Oh, you've got to give her some faith, hold her tight, a little tenderness. You gotta treat her right. She will be there for you, taking good care of you. You really gotta love your woman, yeah. And when you find yourself lying helpless in her arms, you know you really love a woman. When you love a woman, you tell her that she's really wanted. When you love a woman, you tell her that she's the one. She needs somebody to tell her that it's gonna last forever. So tell me, have you ever really, really, really ever loved a woman? Yeah. Just tell me, have you ever really, really, really ever loved a woman? Oh, just tell me, have you ever really, really, really ever loved a woman?
Some people live Some people live for the power, yeah. Some people live just to play the game. Some people think that the physical things define what's within, and I've been there before, but that life's a bore, so full of the superficial. And some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got it, you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Yeah. Some people search for a fountain. The promise is forever young. You know, some people need 3 dozen roses, and that's the only way to prove you love them. Hand me the world on a silver platter, and what good would it be? With no one to share, with no one who truly cares for me. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got it, you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, you, you. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Yeah. If I ain't got you with me, baby. Oh, ooh, said nothing in this whole wide world don't mean a thing if I ain't got you with me, baby.
When the visions around you bring tears to your eyes, and all that's around you
5 minutes remaining.
are secrets and lies. I'll be your strength, I'll give you hope, keeping your faith when it's gone. The one you should call was standing there all alone. And I will take you in my arms and hold you right where you belong, until the day my life is through. This I promise you. This I promise you. I've loved you forever, in lifetimes before, and I promise you never
2 minutes, 2 minutes remaining at your table.
I just wouldn't be living at all. I will take you in my arms, right where you belong. Till the day my life is through, this I promise you, babe. It's loving me. This feeling won't go away. No, every word I say is true. This I promise you. Every word I say is true. This I promise you. Ooh, I promise you.
All right, how we doing? Am I on again? Okay. All right, online people, glad to have you back in the room. Grateful for you guys. All right, check it out. Here's what I want us to do. We've got about 30 minutes left, and there's never enough time to do all the things you want to do because there's so much great conversation going on, and I've so enjoyed this time. But I do want to wrap up, okay, and take this last 30 minutes to wrap up. And what I want us, you guys talked about so many things in the romances section. There's probably there's stuff like we need to have sex and we need to schedule it. We need to make sure the frequency matches what we've compromised on. You may have talked about what your daily delay is supposed to look like. You may have talked about, having spiritual conversations. And what I'm wanting you to do is pick one thing, because it was like drinking from a fire hose. I think if you've just gotten married or you're just figuring this stuff out, we gave you like 1,000 things, and you're just like, oh gosh, I can't. For me to do all this and implement all this is just overwhelming. Pick one thing. So what I want you to do is go to if you have the sheet out, it should say intentionality. So take a goal from your face-to-face, from your shoulder-to-shoulder, or from your back-to-back, and say, we're going to do this thing. And then the strategy aspect, okay, so there's two parts of strategy. So your goal is going to say something like, we will have sex 3 times a week. That's the goal you picked out. The strategy is pulling out your calendar and saying, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or whatever that looks like for you guys, okay? Also, listen, you can be convinced of something. Like, if you're here, you're probably like, I want my marriage to be better. You can be committed to do something, meaning like you full in. You're like, I believe we should do this. We are going to make this awesome. But until you have some accountability, it's like having a stool with 2 legs instead of 3. It just won't come through. And so part of this, whether it's your table facilitator or whether it's somebody outside of your table that you know, like when we come down to each one of these goals, whether it's romances, expectations, or traditions, I want you to say, we will do this. Here is our strategy to implement it, and who will hold us accountable, okay? And so thankfully, each one of your tables has a table host. And if you're willing, and if you're online, the Aikens, way to go. Aikens, I think you guys have like 12 couples online. Way to go. You guys are champs. And I would love for you guys to say, I'm willing, I'm convinced of this, I'm committed to it, and this person's going to hold me accountable. Again, it doesn't have to be somebody in this room, but just so as long as you leave here understanding that these things won't change, these things won't be transformed unless I'm able to show this to somebody, and that somebody is able to speak into us and hold us accountable to it, okay? So I want you to pick out a romance goal, which is we will do this thing, whether it could be daily delay, weekly withdrawal, annual abandon, your sex frequency, whatever that is. Or it could be your shoulder to shoulder. It could be your back to back. And then go to your expectations. Like the goal is we are going to figure out and compromise on roles, and I'm going to start to celebrate whenever you go above and beyond and something that I expected you to do. I'm going to transform that into something I celebrate that you do. Okay. And then a strategy to do that and someone to hold you accountable. And then on traditions, it might, I feel like that one really kind of hit people with the family thing, maybe even the hardest, as that could be in the source of a lot of small T trauma or big T trauma. And really working through that and establishing your own family tradition for a specific thing. Could be a micro tradition of what meals are going to look like. Could be a macro tradition for what Christmas is going to look like year over year. Okay, so I want you to take all these three of what you've been convinced of, what you're committed to, and who's going to hold you accountable. Does that make sense?
If you're kind of goal adverse, like some people,
Who's that?
what you can do is you can take away that little goal word and scratch it out and just keep the intentionality area of intentionality. Because here's the thing about goals. Sometimes they get so measurable that you lose the value of the objective because you're working on achieving a measurable standard. And that's not actually what we want to be the end product. The end product we want is to be growth in an area, in each area of your relationship. And so sometimes a goal achieves that. Sometimes a goal is just something to achieve that is kind of missing the heart of the actual motivation behind it. So I feel like I almost say, use that as let's identify an area that we want to grow, and then the strategy can be something that it helps you carry that out. But if I just think some people really need something very specific and measurable, or they will not move. But I think other people tend to have so much going on, and then they define something very specifically, and it ends up like you end up dying on a sword of a goal that you set, and you kind of lose the value of it, and it doesn't accomplish.
So let me put this in my military terms for guys that are like frustrated by that, because you like task and purpose. In the military, you had a commander's intent, and then you had a mission, and then you had task and purpose. So commander's intent is go defeat the enemy over that hill. And as long as you did that, it really didn't matter how you got there, and if you pretty much obliterated all your tasks and purposes, as long as you got to the goal, that's all that mattered. And what would happen for some guys, that they would get so focused on the task, and they miss the commander's intent. And I think that's really, the commander's intent is to take that hill. And I don't care how we take the hill, just take the hill. Here is a strategy we develop. If we stick to this, it should lead to that. But if midway through we abandon this task and this purpose to get to the commander's intent, do it. Does that make sense? Is that helpful? I think for some guys to kind of get to that big picture sort of reality, and then because we can get stuck in minutia of doing.
And like even when it comes to sex, I feel like that's a perfect example of one where you can die on a sword of frequency, and you can be having something that's really not adding value to your relationship. And so I really feel like it's about you're after more than just something that is like very measurable to like check off.
Okay, so I'm going to give you guys a good solid 20 minutes on this. And then we're going to come back together and we will
be done.
Okay? Ready, go.
Yeah. Man. I'll fill this out for us. Well, she wasn't supposed to do this, but whatever. She did a
I
what's weighing on your mind. You can be sure I know my part, 'cause I stand beside you through the years. You'll only cry those happy tears. And though I make mistakes, I'll never break your heart. And I swear by the moon and the stars and the skies, I'll be there. I swear, like the shadow that's by your side, I'll be there. For better or worse, till death do us part. I'll love you with every beat of my heart. And I swear,
I'll give you everything I can. I'll build your dreams with these two hands. We'll hang some memories on the walls. And when just the two of us are there, you won't have to ask if I still care. 'Cause as the time turns the page, my love won't age at all.
and I swear
and all emotional. Once you know what it's all about, hey, and undesirable for us to be apart. Never would have made it very far. 'Cause you know you've got the keys to my heart. 'Cause one, you're like a dream come true. Two, just wanna be with you. Three, girl, it's plain to see that you're the only one for me. And four, repeat steps 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we're going to be about 5 more minutes at your table.
If ever I believe my work is done, then I start back. Say farewell to the dark of night. I see the coming of the sun. I feel like a little child whose life has just begun. You came and breathed new life into this lonely heart of mine. You threw out the lifeline just in the nick of time. You're like a dream come true. Two, just wanna be with you. Three, girl, it's plain to see that you're the only one for me. And four, repeat steps 1 through 3. 5, make you fall in love with me. If ever I believe my work is done, then I start back at 1.
Well, you done me, and you bet I felt it. I tried to beat you, but you're so hot that I melted. I fell right through the cracks. Now I'm trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest, and nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours.
Hey, for everybody in here, and I'm sure you can hear me online, and if you can, it really doesn't do much for you. But if you're in here, all the food that's in here needs to go away, because we're going to have to, and if you're feeling extra motivated, I'm sure we'd love your help in resetting up the worship center for worship tomorrow. That way, whenever Joseph is preaching tomorrow, he's not preaching to like 6 or 7 tables. Although that might be all that shows up in the cold because everyone's terrified. By the way, there's no outside service tomorrow, so if you were thinking you were going to come in like 20-degree weather, and I know we're disappointing some of you by doing that. I'm sorry. It's just that the equipment would probably snap, and that's the only reason, or else we'd be out there in the Arctic. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up, and we're gonna bring it in. It's interesting how people, no matter what, they always leave about 30 minutes ahead of time anyway when anything's scheduled. I'm not sure what that is. But I always leave 30 minutes ahead of time for the time I tell Adrian I'm going to leave somewhere. So I don't know if that has like something to do with it. All right, anyway, I wanted to hear a couple, we will statements and maybe like who is going to be held accountable to it. And then if you would be bold enough to share that, then I'm secondarily going to ask you anything you thought was awesome about this experience so that we could do it again. Yeah, and if you come up, you have to go to the mic. Or someone can bring it to you. Or you can just go to it. Either way. Da, 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 da.
So one of the things that we talked about for the last section was specifically what spiritual discussions look like in our house. So we have a lot of theological discussions. We do often talk about spiritual things as well of what's going on in our spiritual lives. But I expressed that one of the things I like is hearing more of how I can specifically like be a help to him. And so we were talking about what that can look like. And so our agreement, and we're one of those people that we don't do well with specific goals because it's just a checkbox. So for us, it's just kind of this is generally what we're going to do, but it is there is some specificness to it, specificity. So what our plan for that is to connect it with our date night, so that on date night we'll specifically talk about how can we pray for one another in our spiritual walks, and so that's our action point.
All right, and then one thing you loved about this day.
I loved all of it. I think I loved being able to just come together with other married couples and know that there are other people in the room who are talking about the same things we are, especially in a community like our community group is a lot of single people. And so we have some now that are married or soon to be married, but I think just getting to be with other married people and then just honestly, like I'm a lot like what Katie was saying earlier. I like that face-to-face, and that was a lot of what we got today. So
That's great. Oh, that's good. Thank you. All right, who else wants to share something? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Wesley.
So our intentionality romance goal is to face and touch each other when we talk. And that strategy looks like literally wherever we are across the table, I will reposition, we'll even reorganize the dinner table, right? And making sure that we're able to make eye contact frequently, because she appreciates that, and I realize I like looking at her. In terms of what I really like Stephanie's comments around being around here, being and listening to everyone. And one of the things that really drives that home is that my wife hates the cold. And so when I saw all the weather news coming in, I said, "Oh, we're just going to do it remotely." She said, "We're going in, right? Go ahead and." Yes, we are. And so I appreciate that and the opportunity to be here with everyone.
I love that. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, one more, and then we'll wrap it up and pray it out and the whole thing. So one more. Okay, Bowers.
Yeah. So one of the goals we had. Sorry, I'm now standing. So one of the goals we had is we're just shy of 6 years of marriage, and 2 weeks away, and we've done one getaway 24 hours just us. So that is going to be the new goal. Nice. We find it to be very difficult, and so we are going to, just because it's hard to find someone to watch your kids for 24 hours that you trust to watch your kids for 24 hours. So that means it'll be a drive to Dallas where my mom lives which means roping her in to say, "Hey, we're just going to drop the kids off in deuces." And then, dinner, hotel, all that to just be young again. Yeah. And at 41, I need that. And then I think one of the really good things, we've done a lot of counseling, a lot of meeting with different couples, and there were still things to learn here. Two of the big ones that came out was Ashley learned that I grew up with no immediate family around, and so that's where, not no immediate family. Immediate family was only no extended family. Right. So, it was a 24-hour drive to get to any extended family, and so I have no desire to do anything with extended family. I want to build our immediate culture.
Right.
So that was helpful, and then her dad did most everything, like on the expectations one.
Oh, wow.
Her dad did most everything. My mom did most everything. And so,
Yeah.
and there's the strife. I'm looking at her going, why? And she's looking at me going, hello, the dad, he does it all. So.
That is.
So very eye-opening. It's been great to have and sit with other couples, Wesley and Rhodesia, and getting to kind of pick their brain for different strategies and things that they've done in their family. It's fun having, we've got the Huggins who, are a lot earlier than us in the marriage. We've got ours, and then we've got the DeShazers that are much further along. And that has been really helpful to look back and to look forward.
Oh, awesome. Sorry, Kelsos.
They're not at our table.
Yeah, they got abandoned at the annual abandon. All right. Yeah. Like Joel isn't like chopped liver or anything, but I do. Yeah, absolutely. All right, hey guys, I am so grateful that if you joined online, thank you, and man, please would you just give Pastor Joseph a big hug whenever you see him at the next time. Maybe give him a virtual hug or an emoji or something. He'd appreciate that. And make sure you come and join us tomorrow, as all the people here are now going to be commandeered to set up the worship center for church tomorrow. And I'm so grateful that Joseph will be preaching. We're going to be talking more about marriages tomorrow and relationship tomorrow. So super exciting. We kind of been focused on single people, and well, we did talk about sex last week, that's pretty married people things. And so we're going to continue down that vein, and I'm really excited about that for tomorrow. So please come by tomorrow, 10:45 here. If you are serving anywhere, or in children's ministry specifically, 8:30 we have a servant service in the Shoots room. So just in case if you're a serving person, I think Joni's going to lead worship for that. I don't know if she knows that yet, but anyway. All right, I want to pray for all of you. And Adrian, is there anything else you want to say finally? I'm going to pray for all of you.
Chris.
Yeah.
Let's give them a hand for all the work
yeah,
they've
let's
done.
do that. That is. Yeah, thank you, Robert. Just showing up, I know that seems like such patronizing, a pat on the head, you showed up. No, but it's a big deal. That means there's a real value in your marriage, and as hard as some your marriages might have been or are, the fact that you're spending time intentionally working on it, it's a huge deal.
Where's Joni?
Yeah, where is Joni? She's doing more work. So
Joni did this entire thing.
Yeah.
She came to our house, and Chris and I spit out a bunch of things to put on worksheets, and she had to figure out how to do it and do it. And then she did all the childcare, all the food she did literally everything.
Yeah.
So
wow. We love Joni. Yeah.
But when you see her, I would just tell her hey, you did it. This was literally Joni.
Yeah, if you had if you had a positive experience, would you go tell Joni that?
Yes.
Because I think sometimes when you're working a background person, you kind of get backgrounded a lot, and so especially if you have kids over there. Josh Kirby is kind of wrangling everybody, so give him some love too. And just say thanks to Joni. So let's pray. God, thanks so much for Joni. Thanks so much for Josh Kirby and the whole gang of childcare people. We're so grateful for that. I can't believe we just did 4 hours of training. And Father, I pray that you would take all the things that we've learned about each other and you'd seal them in our hearts. And Lord, as we've are going to hold ourselves accountable with somebody of all the things we've been convinced of, all the things we're committed to, now we're going to ask people to hold us accountable to. God, I'm just so grateful for all that. So God, I'm praying that especially in a world where marriages are falling apart, people have given up on marriage, and so most people just now have partners for a season, and then they move on to the next partner for a season. And Father in heaven, I pray that you would let our church be a place of healing in all of that, and that we could be a beacon of hope for the rest of the world. So Lord, thank you. God, I pray for safety as everyone drives home on ice. And God, I pray that tomorrow we'd be able to worship you in spirit and truth and just really enjoy who you are. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And there's Joni.
Joni! Everyone up for Joni! Okay, and if you don't mind, if you want to help take apart the table.
Troubles, that's what you do. For the morning
the day with hope and comfort too. You fill my life with laughter, and somehow you make it better. Ease my troubles, that's what you do.